All right, welcome everybody to Sunday afternoon. Walker of Waterdeep. Pregame. We'll be getting started around the top of the hour. The players are gathering on the Roll20 and in the Discord.
Slowly but surely.
Yes, slowly but surely. That's all right. Okay. So, how have you been, Pete?
I've been alive. Best you could ask for.
I hear you.
I've got low standards.
Boy, over in the UK, they've been having some really hot weather. Our player Paul on Wednesday night was saying, of course, it's after midnight where he is, and of course in England it's so far north that not many of the buildings have air conditioning, and very few people even have like fans, electric fans in their homes. And he was saying that I think it was like 1:30 in the morning his time, the outside temperature was still over 90 degrees Fahrenheit. It's like, gosh, that's just brutal. We never get, or, well, I don't know that I've ever seen overnight temperatures that high, even here in Florida. It's like the low 80s is about the hottest it ever gets overnight, and that's when you have just like one of those weird times when you have cloud cover that comes in late in the day and then just lingers all night and kind of traps all the heat in. Yeah, it's pretty bad. They've had a number of people over there that have expired due to heat-related issues.
Yeah.
Welcome, Chris.
What's up?
How are you doing?
Fine.
Good. Ah, okay. Ivy says she'll be a few minutes late. I'm going to put the reset the counter. There we go. Good afternoon, Heather.
Hello.
All right. Well, I think we have enough people here to get started, so we'll let Ivy and Ken drift in as they are able to do so. In the meantime, I am going to turn down the Sirenscape and we'll welcome everybody. Good afternoon. This is DM Gallibond, and we are here for session 140 of the Walker of Waterdeep. This is a session that I like to call the Debriefing, because I think at least part of the session is going to include a debriefing of the PCs after they finished their assignment over in the distant plane of Rook, where they were in the city of Junoon, more specifically in the ziggurat of King Suleiman. And for the benefit of the stream, we will bring up this map to remind everybody where we were. They had explored through the innards of that ziggurat, and on the top level, they finally faced and defeated King Suleiman. And when they did, not only did he die, but some of the magic that was keeping that place powered also failed, and the whole thing cracked down the middle like an egg. And as they were standing there, they saw that crack happen. Didn't fall apart or anything like that. They could still navigate through there, but there was open sky above them. They could see the desert daylight, and that meant an end to the 1,000-year reign of tyranny of King Suleiman in the city. Now, last time we kind of hand waved a little bit, but I wanted to make sure that we didn't skip anything important. So if we need to, we can do some sort of like a little flashback. If anybody wants to do anything in particular here in Junoon City before they are able to travel back to Waterdeep. So I'll go around and I'll check with people and see what they want to do. I know Adamant had at least one thing he wanted to accomplish. Pete, what would Adamant do in the aftermath of defeating the king, getting out of the ziggurat, and whatnot?
Well, after selling his tortoiseshell items, he would get permission to put up some shrines of Moradin.
Okay. There are shrines around the city. Some of them official places, some of them that seem to be less official, that are that had been dedicated to the glory of King Suleiman. The king is dead, long live the king. So those, there probably would not be a whole lot of objection to repurposing those as shrines of Moradin, especially now that people who were afraid to speak out against the king realize that he has been destroyed, and a lot of the pent-up anger against his tyranny is able to overflow. You do get the sense that there is going to need to be something of a strong hand here, because there's kind of a power vacuum, and a lot of people who have suffered a lot, they might tend to get a little carried away. So, that's not necessarily the party's responsibility. It's absolutely not the party's responsibility to do anything about that, but just something that they would observe. So that is...
So, what they need is somebody here to handle things until we get somebody in control who can handle things.
Yeah.
Somebody in control who can handle things.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you think about the if you think about the waning days of the Roman Empire, when it's always said that the barbarians were at the gates, but most of those people that were barbarians were kind of Roman citizens that were just sick of the corruption and lack of stability in the Roman government.
Right.
And when the emperor kind of fell, the whole city of Rome was sort of swallowed up in chaos. People from without and from within. And, you could expect kind of a similar thing to happen here in the wake of King Suleiman, if nobody is seen to sort of be guiding a transition.
Which no one's stepping up to do yet.
There are a few of the advisors that King Suleiman had that none of them really want to become the next tyrant, because their eyes are kind of open and they see how much King Suleiman was actually hated. So they don't want to do that, but between them and some of the members of the Senate that had opposed King Suleiman, as well as kind of the leader of the exiles that were out in the hidden village, they kind of can form a coalition, and it's not too hard for them to get the military to follow them. And once you get the military realizing, oh, okay, we have someone to give us orders, then they kind of can start to regain control. So it looks like, at least in the first couple of days, or in the first day, I don't know how long you guys plan to stay here, there's a few little minor disturbances, one or two that might be enough of a disturbance that you could call it a small riot, but most of them just kind of very vocal protests. And once the army knows they have somebody to follow, they kind of go and just disperse people, and they arrest a few people that are really causing trouble, but they kind of throw them in a place to hold them and let them cool off. They're not eager to mete out any kind of draconian punishment to people. They just don't want half the city to be burned down.
If they've got that under control, Adamant's not going to worry about that. He's going to start tearing down shrines to Suleiman, and in their place he'll, in strategic spots, to put up shrines to Moradin.
Okay. Well, definitely when it's seen that Adamant is of starting to tear down some of the shrines of Suleiman, there's a lot of volunteers that are willing to help if Adamant is willing to accept some of that help.
Oh yeah, he will take help.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Jamals and Ahmeds and Bilals and all other kind of people that will jump in and grab sledgehammers, and where Adamant points, they'll just whack at effigies of King Suleiman, and then they're cheered on by some other people. And of course, when Adamant begins the process of replacing some of these signs, there will be people curious saying, well, what is this? They'll want to know a little bit about that. And so Adamant has the opportunity to tell people a little bit about Moradin.
Yep.
And we'll check back in with him as he's doing that in a few minutes.
Yes, Moradin, their new dwarfing savior.
In the meantime, Galibar, you came out of the ziggurat, presumably with the remaining ogres that were alive and the dray that you've kind of got following along.
Yes, my new draconian puppy that will soon be intelligent.
Yes, the ogres, of course, everybody is familiar with seeing them as some of the guards, so they don't really occasion any excitement among the people. But the Dray is a predatory creature from the deep desert, and people just, they want to stay away from it. And some people, perhaps emboldened by what they have seen, they seem ready to come and fight the thing in case you guys need it. In case you guys need any help. Because they look at it and they see vicious monster. So as you guys are going along, you notice a few people like that. What would you do if you noticed somebody that perhaps thinks that you need to be rescued from this vicious desert predator that might pose a danger to you and your friends?
He'd probably just tell him, like, no need, he follows my orders now.
Okay, you see a trio of folks. One named Ayman, one named Mustafa, and one named Haris, and they've got like some spears and everything. They come up and they say, but you should be very careful. These are dangerous creatures. They will attack caravans, and they will eat small children with no provocation. They are evil beasts. We can slay it for you if you want us to.
If you attack it, I'll let it eat you.
And their eyes kind of go wide, and they back off a little bit, and they say, "Oh, no,
It is my ally now. It is under my command.
He's your ally.
Yes,
You can even command the creatures of the desert."
it is draconic in nature. I worship the god of dragons, and I am the god of dragons champion. Through that god's aid, I was able to bring this creature under my command.
And when you invoke the name dragon, and you say god of dragons, there is there's a lot of people who seem to be very, very fearful of that. And some of them look up at the sky like they expect an attack any moment.
The Galibar, what he says, I will say, you do not need to fear. This plane does not seem to have much in the way of dragons. But
There is only
the
one dragon that we know of.
the god of dragons that I speak of is a all-around good being. His followers fight for justice.
They look at each other, and there's just like mass confusion on their faces, and they say, "Is this the one that we have heard tell of, the Moradin?"
No, it is not Moradin. In the plane that we come from, there are many gods. Moradin is simply the god of... he is a god of creation. His followers tend to be blacksmiths.
He gives the artisans and the smiths the ability to do their craft. Ah, I see.
Yes. While my god, going by the name Bahamut, is a god of justice. And, dragons. There are many dragons in my world. He is the god of the good ones.
So where you come from, when people commit acts of evil, Bahamut sends dragons to punish them.
Not necessarily. While he is the god of dragons, he does not... dragons in of themselves are seen as minor deities. The good ones will often aid people in fighting off evil. But the people he will send after evildoers are people like me, who have, through his power, gained power of our own to go and do so. However, he is not the only good god. There are many good deities that will send their followers out to vanquish evil in many different forms.
This is strange.
Yes. I know here there seems to be some... maybe that just gods aren't making themselves known. Or maybe they have lost following. But in my plane, the gods are pretty much worshipped by, the majority of people. whether it be one of the minor ones, such as a god or goddess of the home, or one of the gods of war that many soldiers worship.
And as you're speaking, there is an elderly woman. She's got kind of a hood kind of up over her head, but you can see some of her white hair coming out from the front of her hood. And she has a staff that she walks with, or more like a little cane that she walks with. And she shuffles forward with one arm being held by an adult male who probably might be her grandson or great nephew or something like that. And
We know it could be her son. We don't know when she stopped.
Yeah. So she steps forward and she says, I am Sahira. You speak of the gods. Many of the people here in the crowd are too young to remember any of the stories of the gods. The gods have forsaken this plane. They left our world of Rook to its own devices when my grandmothers were just a gleam in their mother's eyes. They forsook us, and they left us to just the power of the elements themselves. The fire, the water, which mostly has forsaken us, the earth, and the air. They all conspire to burn us. They want to see our world destroyed. The gods, they do not come here anymore. If they did, we would follow them. But they do not care for us.
My lady, I must say something. If the gods have abandoned you, and there is no divinity left on this plane, then I would not be able to use my magic. There is most likely still some gods here. But a god's power derives directly from how much they are worshipped. So, if a god is no longer worshipped, it is like akin to being dead. So, if you want the gods' help, if you want them to make themselves be able to be known and actually impact this world, you need to believe. They cannot do nothing for nothing.
I will believe when the gods show me a reason to believe. And there's kind of a murmuring in the crowd, and several of the younger people, clearly this is a person, or maybe just because of her age, she has some respect, so people aren't gonna yell at her. But a number of people that are younger, they just sort of point at the ziggurat. And of course, from here, you can see the big crack down the side of the ziggurat. And they say, but grandmother, haven't the gods shown us a sign? The tyrant has been slain. If it wasn't by the gods, then who was it that gave these visitors the power to do so.
Indeed. I know of myself and 2 of my allies who do follow a god. And those gods gave us the power to come here and free these people. Whether or not you wish to give them faith, they cannot do anything here unless you do. So, while it could take a bit, since it takes quite a bit of faith for the gods to be able to enact anything, they are not perfect beings in and of themselves. In fact, a couple of them were once human. But if you do not do anything for them, they cannot do anything for you.
And
That is the simple truth.
And there's a general hubbub. And everybody check your Discord real quick. I'll be right back.
Adamant was the Jehovah's Witness, but now Galibar's the one preaching.
I can tell that. Sheesh.
Adamant didn't even tell him what he was the god, what Morden was the god of. They just said he was a god and then let people just make up rumors.
No, he's told him.
But people in distress only get so much.
Yeah.
Morden's not even a major god.
Yes, he is.
Oh, he's the major god of crafting, but
No, he's one of the most powerful gods in the Forgotten Realms.
Yeah, he's a greater deity.
yeah.
Bahamut's intermediate. Just like Tiamat and...
Well, Tiamat's no longer a
Sardior.
god.
Oh, yes, she is.
Tiamat was turned into an archfiend.
Yeah. Tiamat's an archery now.
For the purposes of this campaign, she is a deity.
Yes, the cosmology, stepping out of the game, the cosmology that is official to Wizards of the Coast is not ever necessarily always the cosmology that's official to any individual campaign. And some of the characters have, because of their connections with various deities, they understand that there are some differences between the official Wizards of the Coast cosmology and the Pantheon in this particular campaign. So yes, got the power cable before the battery died, so that's good.
Yeah. Morden created the world into races. The reason humans are quote unquote incomplete is because Gon snagged the gauntlet creation before Morden finished.
I could have sworn like Saloon was a big part of creating life, but
He's its creator, not to give her life.
either way.
There are a lot of people that are kind of fascinated to hear this theological debate, and they kind of look towards the group of you and they say, well, we have now heard of Moradin, and we see the shrines being erected to him, and we have heard of Bahamut. Are there others that we should venerate to have them smile upon our world?
Well, there is, I believe, the one that my friend Elora worships. Was it Saloon that you worship, or was it another one?
Ken. It's in the chat. I know it's
Out of
in the
character,
chat.
it's what is it, Eldath or what? I don't know how you pronounce her name.
It's the one with the waterfall. It's scrolling.
I know Saloon was one that the good drow worshipped as well.
That would be Elistray.
Close.
Elistray.
Close.
Well, there is the one she worships, Elistray. I believe a goddess of life, was it?
The waterfall. That's all.
You're like our champion. How do you not know?
My God.
But
Isn't there a page that you can read? Like,
Yes, I know. I have it saved somewheres.
and there's a greater deity of life named Saloon. She is said to have given life to, well, all.
If you truly want to bring your plant life back, you should. We should probably see about
Eldath.
getting some priests of Chante sent over.
We could probably, hey Adamant, would you mind like maybe writing them like a book or something that they could just telling them about all the gods and stuff like that and their domains? You're probably better at it than I am.
My God.
Probably just have
It's,
one sent.
speaks.
Oh
up
yeah,
and
we
says-
can just do that.
He says, Elora, perhaps maybe these people know of your god, since she is the mother of waters, is one of her titles.
Still in the city, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Laura will kind of being questioned, then she'll kind of turn to Oyohusa and say, "We are in the middle of a desert."
But was this place not once full of water? I don't. If my memory serves me, some elder told us when we first got here that there used to be beautiful lakes here.
The well person. I forget his name. He explained to us that one day these lands were blooming and all this, and then it just died off because people stopped believing in their land. Just to kind of look at the people who stay and like live around here and kind of give like a little bit of a glare. Just say, yes, it is recalling in my memory now.
Yeah, there is a part of the city in the wake of the destruction of the ziggurat, an area over where
Slave pens.
what they used to call the slave pens, and the area where a lot of the bricks were manufactured to put into the ziggurat. A pit there has begun to fill with water, and there is now a smallish lake over there that is obviously being spring fed.
They failed to contain it, and it turned into a lake now.
Yeah, I mean it's not growing in the sense that you feel like it's in danger of flooding the whole city, but it's kind of a pool of fresh water where there was no water before.
It's more along the lines of don't contain it. It's a gift from the
Yeah.
The water Ginzy that we were talking to.
Yeah.
Whatever it was, it's not a Ginzy, it's a floating genie thingamajiggy.
Thingamajiggy.
You get my point. So Elora will kind of like reach into her book, then open it up to a page and say, Mother of the Garden of Groves, the Mother of Waters, Gardens of the Shining Waters, the Green One, Quiet One, Goddess of Singing Waters. Any of these ring a bell? Are you guys this uncultured with your own deities?
And the younger people, they shake their heads, and an older gentleman, he will speak up, and this older gentleman is named Hakim, and he will say, "No, the young mistress. No, we have always been taught to fear the powers, the powers that assault our world from the elemental planes, the planes of fire and air and earth. They send monsters from under the ground to feed on us. They send the desert winds to blow our tents down, and they send the heat, the oppressive heat, to burn up what little forests are left in our world. And there are rumors of places where the water is so wide that you can hardly see from one side to the other. But I think those are only stories. I have never seen a body of water any larger than that one spring that is... Spring, is that what they call it? That is over near the ziggurat. So,
Elora will give out a little bit of chuckle and then walk up to the man and grab his hand peacefully and say, Oh dear Shahim, you have a lot of learning to do, huh? I feel like she would be able to help you guys out very much. She has followers of like people like druids like me and people who are troubled by violence or has been, and she can really strive here. If you understand, she is a very quiet and shy, and she's very passive. She doesn't go out of her way. She's like, okay, well, if you deserve this, you'll get it. But if you don't, it won't trouble her in the slightest. So there's no negativity surrounding her. I will promise you that.
he says, and he looks around at some of the other people around him, and they kind of have these eager looks on their faces, and they're, hanging intently on Elora's words. And they look at him and they nod, and he says, Well, I hope that you can give me some idea of how we might make some gifts to this deity, that she may impart some of her wisdom and gifts to us. That would be most blessed and wonderful.
Well, while you're gathering people up, I will gather a way to be able to find someone to support and then help you guys learn more about Eldath.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
My God.
And Oyohusa,
Mhm.
what would Oyohusa be doing during all of this while Galibar and Adamant and Elora are sort of talking to the people about their respective deities?
I guess he would be listening intently and just kind of, but he would also at one point just come out and say, I'm not sure if you know about my deity, because he's kind of a invite only, if you know what I mean. He's just as powerful as Galibar's god, but he prefers not to be, how do you say, upfront with his involvement in the cosmos. He's a
And-
neutral god, is what I'm trying to say. A god of secrets, and of the night, and of psionics,
And
knowledge is his domain, and of the mind.
And some of the people, they listen to what you say and they say, oh, the deity of knowledge and secrets.
He's also the deity of gem dragons. You know what those are.
And they say, well, your friend speaks of many dragons. We have only ever had the legends of the one dragon. The dragon that, if it ever came, would break the world. The dragon that would destroy everything. And to hear that there are many dragons, and some of them good, and some of them now neutral, then you mean like they work for balance, or they seek balance? Is that your meaning of neutrality? They seem very confused by all of this. This is all very, very new to them.
Yeah, I'm just as confused as you are, to be honest.
We know of gemstones. There are mines all across the deserts and in some of the mountain ranges, where many precious gems can be brought forth from the earth. Would those be suitable offerings for these deities? This goddess of still waters, this god of justice, this god of creation, the god of knowledge and secrets. Would they like offerings of gemstones?
My God.
Oyohusa just like speaks to Tatamata. Is like, no. Well, the Stardio are like gems or what?
And in your mind, Tatsumasa will say, he's very fond of rubies.
My God.
My deity enjoys good rubies if you have those to offer.
And there's a little knot of people that are talking, and then they start excitedly bobbing their heads, and one of them starts jumping up and down, raising his hand, like he wants to be called on or something.
My God.
Yes, you back there, you seem to have something important to say.
Yes, I am Fadil. I know that in the mountains to the east, across the Sea of Silt, there is a mine that is supposed to produce the most beautiful rubies in all of the world. Yes, we can send a caravan across the Sea of Silt and seek those. And several other people they start kind of grumbling about that, and you get the impression that crossing this Sea of Silt is not something that people enjoy doing. It's not exactly clear why, but it's not something that people particularly are excited about doing. But he seems pretty insistent, and the knot of people around him are all nodding, and they're saying, yes, rubies are there. Let's see. Let me just double check. Yes, an Enka. Well,
Yes.
all of this discussion of the deities and the stories of the deities are going on. What would Enka be doing?
Probably sitting somewhere a little bit off by herself, if she can, and kind of staring off into space as she probably has a discussion, or at least is kind of absorbing what the staff does.
Ah, okay. All right. Very good. Let us take a look at this. We're going to go here. Go to the headings. We're going to go to All right. As you are contemplating the staff, first of all, the staff has, it kind of goes on this rambling monologue of profuse thanks, and then it kind of breaks into, even though it's telepathy and you get the meaning, you hear thanks in very flowery prose that then seems to come to you in at least 100 different languages, most of which you have never heard of before. You have no idea what the languages are called and no idea what kind of creatures might speak them, no idea where they might be spoken. But this entity just is kind of almost giddy. And after a while, it kind of settles down, and it says, "Oh, my! You have rescued me! You have rescued me! It is so good to be free for the first time in thousands of years. I am not under the yoke of a tyrant. Allow me to introduce myself. I am called Bazane, or at least I was when I had a physical form and I was not confined to this staff, as you see. I
And
am
what was your
Bazane.
physical form?
I was a djinn from
Let's see.
the great plain of elemental air. A djinn that had a palace and had holdings and had an entire domain that was under my control. Some people called me Bazane the Inspired. Oh, but that was long, long, long ago. Long before I met the one who tricked me, deceived me, then bound me to his service and imprisoned me here and made me his plaything. Those are horrible, horrible times. But I have sensed during these last few hours that you and I have been acquainted. I have sensed that the appearance of this staff is not pleasing to you.
Well,
Yes.
he did make you a little on the gaudy side.
Yes, yes. That was ever the trick of the one who imprisoned me. One of his favorite ploys was to make a gift of me, and part of the gift was to change my form to suit the one to whom he would gift me. But his gifts always came at a price, because the one who created me could always sense through me what the person that was attuned to me knew. My telepathic bond was something like a conduit for my creator to learn about anyone he gifted me to, because his purpose was always devious, to learn the vices, the strengths, the weaknesses, and how whoever attuned to me might be manipulated and might be brought under my creator's ultimate control. He was a bad one, until finally he himself was tricked and locked away and sealed in a prison thousands of years ago. But he alone holds any possibility of my ever being freed from this prison. King Suleiman was the last in the line of those that my creator gave me to. And it was while in his possession that my creator was destroyed. And slowly, Suleiman accumulated power until 1,000 years ago he became the ruler of this place. And he sought to use me to learn what those who advised him thought. And he knew that one would come that would be a danger to him. And he thought that perhaps by leaving me in the possession of one of his shards, he might learn about the one that came to destroy him and know how to fight against him. But it was just his bad luck that there was not one coming to destroy him, but a whole group of you. And so he only had your thoughts and what you knew of your companions. And because of the interference, he could only gain glimpses from time to time. Other times, as you fought his enemies, I was able to break free of his influence for a time. But then he was able to claw me back until you finally cut him down and destroyed him. So
Yes.
now, I, Bazane the Inspired, I am at your service, my lady, Enka.
Well, I
And
have
the
one
f-
question for you.
Yes.
Would you want to be free?
Oh, I would want to be, but without my creator, I don't know if that is possible. It would be a grand quest indeed to undertake to see if it is possible to free me from this form, but I believe that would
Okay.
take many years and many adventures to discover.
Well, let's just say if I ever stumble across a way that I can set you free or you can be set free, Is that what you wish? Because I will not keep someone or something that is forced to serve because they have no other choice.
Ah, well, where I come from, we hold our honor by in high regard. And when someone does us a boon, we feel obliged to enter into their service. I would willingly offer you my service for 100 years and a day. And after that time has passed, we can speak again about whether or not I should be freed. But in that time, consider me your loyal servant. Not because I am forced to, but because I am grateful that I am no longer bound to that tyrant. My service is a gift of my gratitude.
And it is greatly appreciated. I would ask, though, that this be more of a partnership. If you feel that I am missing something or I have not used your abilities to the fullest, please tell me.
Oh,
Because I am more of a... I am not so much a fighter as I am a recorder of history and details and places and people.
oh, that sounds fascinating.
So I have been to many planes, and have not yet felt completely comfortable in my fighting ability or my ability to fully assist my companions in battle 100%. So until I am more secure in that knowledge, with practice, with time, if you truly feel that there is something that I'm, not taking advantage of or something, consider our connection that of a partnership rather than I own you. You are my friend, and so I will treat you with that dignity of being a good friend.
Oh, very well, Inka Yelka. As your friend, I cannot help but notice that you have an interesting, but might I say with all humility, vastly inferior staff that you carry, and that you have seemed to favor for some time. Do you favor it because its appearance is more to your liking than the appearance of this, as you say, gaudy staff?
You mean my shepherd's crook? It reminds me
Yes.
of home. Plus,
Ah,
the crook on the end is a great tripping hazard. She chuckles lightly.
well, let me see. Will this be more to your liking? And you kind of sense a little vibration in the staff in your hand, and the staff itself slightly elongates. The gilding and the jewels and the gaudy headpiece sort of just get absorbed into the form of the staff, and it gets slightly narrower to being more the diameter of a typical quarterstaff, and then a shepherd's crook emerges from the head, and it kind of emulates the crook on your staff that you have been carrying for all of these particular adventures. And then very, very lightly in the body of the staff, you notice that there are fine etchings. And some of the etchings appear to be like almost like waves, sort of like the visualization of air currents.
Mm.
And others appear to be kind of etchings that remind you of like desert sand dunes. And then the staff speaks telepathically to you again, or Bazane speaks telepathically to you again and says, "You are a recorder of history, and you are a traveler. Carry me with you on your journeys, and together, in the length of this staff, we will record where we go, and what you see. And I will be your friend and your companion on these adventures. I look
And-
forward to this."
And she kind of admires the staff, and she's like, "Oh, it's so beautiful. Now I like it." Thank you. And so she just kind of sits there and admires the look of it now, and the slight engravings, and just continues to kind of be off by herself just a little bit, not anything mean, but just, or whatever. She's just wanting to be off and getting connected with her staff. So
Mhm.
with Bazane.
And I think at the end of last session, did I send you
Yes,
kind of what
did.
the thing does? And
I still have to kind of get some stuff
okay, that's
programmed in, but yes.
fine. Okay, all right. I don't know that we will need it today, but just wanted to make sure that
Oh
you
yeah.
were up to date on what it was capable of doing now.
I like the
Right.
name of it though. Staff of the Conductor.
Yes. All right. So there's several things have come out of all of this. There are people that have been watching Adamant work on creating shrines of Moradin. So now there are groups of people coming to Galibar and to Elora and to Oyohusa, and they are asking what they might need to do in order to create shrines or iconography that would be suitable for venerating this god of justice that Galibar follows, the god of the waters that Elora follows, and the god of knowledge and secrets that Oyohusa follows. And so you guys give them some ideas of what you have, and there's now little clusters of people that are eagerly going off. The one person that talked about the mine, the ruby mine across the Sea of Silt, is gathering up a group of people, and it tends to be kind of younger people. They're adults, but they're kind of adults in maybe their late teens to mid 20s, because almost everybody around here is human. There's a few other races, but predominantly everybody is human here. And it looks like they are starting to organize an expedition, and the older adults are starting to, come in and say, well, if you're going to do this, you have to get all your preparations made. You can't just head out to the sea of Silt. You'll die within a day if you try to go out there without the proper preparations. And you start to hear some people say that crossing the Sea of Silt may take as many as 30 days or more. It just appears to be like a huge expanse of almost unbroken desert sand that is off to the east of this location. And then a number of other people come around and begin talking. There's a few of the viziers who are among the advisors of the king. And then there's, let's see, there's a few of the people from the hidden village that are interested in helping the people get ready to go. You meet up again with Munir, who was the first person that met you when you arrived in this plane. He is one of the desert nomads. You also are reacquainted with Sindbad, the person who is the de facto leader of the hidden village, and then the deposed, or not necessarily deposed, but the senator named Abu Jafar that fled from Janoon and was in the hidden village when you arrived there. He is also among the people, and they are talking with some of the viziers and some of the senators that had opposed King Suleiman, and it seems like those guys are starting to form a coalition that will at least put together a new government that will take the place of King Suleiman without leaving it in the hands of one person that could become a tyrant. So nobody is really eager to repeat what has happened in the last few centuries of King Suleiman's reign, and especially in the last decade when practically the entire population of the city was turned into slave labor to finish the construction of the ziggurat. So, in the middle of all of that, there is a communication that you all receive, and I believe this would come from the Blackstaff herself, Vajra Safar. and she would reach out to one of you. Let's see. It's a D5 here. Let me roll a D5 and see. So that would be she reaches out to Ivy or Elora, and the black staff. You receive a sending from her, and she says, "Elora, can you give me an update on your progress there? Have you secured the organic iron, and are you any closer to finding the memory crystal from Tazinda Verlassen?" Elora? Okay.
They said be right back.
Oh, okay. All right. Then I guess Galibar, you get that message instead of Elora.
So who is it from?
The Black Staff, Vajra Safar.
Yes. Oh. Yes, we did grab the shard. It was inside the ziggurat.
And the update
She
on
asked
the...
Adamant that question last week. Or last time.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Okay. We did update that last time. Okay. So you guys were able to tell her that you had recovered, or you had gotten a quantity of the organic iron and recovered the memory crystal.
Yep.
So then she'll send another sending and just say, let me know when you are ready to have someone come and fetch you. We will be eager for your reports on this plane that you have visited.
Okay. He would just say, we are bringing another creature with us. It is a draconic creature in nature who is following my orders. Just so you guys know.
And it's like, oh, fascinating. All right. So you've heard from home. Is there anything else that anybody particularly wants to do before we say goodbye, at least for the time being, to this plane of Rook?
Nope. I got everything I need.
Okay. Those of you that had weapons and armor to sell, I think we had priced all of that stuff out a while ago.
Yep.
When you created it. So just mark down that you have received payment for all of that. You also receive some interesting payment from the people here. They obviously value iron greatly, and they seem to have a rather abundant, at least relatively speaking, an abundant amount of some of the softer metals that they don't necessarily see as being as useful as the hard metals like iron. And so there's a lot of ornamentation that they make with it. And they create it like many cultures. They also create various ingots of it. So you receive as a group, you receive a total of 50 ingots, 50 small ingots of platinum.
Oh, jeez.
You receive
Read the party treasury thing.
150 ingots of gold. This is going to be and you receive 1,000 ingots of silver.
Do we need that silver for anything?
I will find it useful.
I mean, Galibar might want the silver.
Yeah, Galibar wants everything.
Well, no, his plan after he gets the cave is to turn the rest of his gold into silver and use that for his hoard. But yeah.
You have to share.
What? What's a small platinum ingot, full ingot worth?
I am putting it in Discord
okay.
right now. The platinum ingots, each platinum ingot is worth 100 platinum. Each gold ingot is worth 200 gold pieces, and each silver ingot is worth 100 silver pieces.
So we got 10,000 from the gold bars from inside the ziggurat, right?
Yeah, whatever we said that was. I think we said it was 10,000.
How many ingots from the ziggurat inside the ziggurat? 10,000 gold pieces worth?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was just a value worth. We didn't actually get like.
Okay. If you guys would, I'll take the silver ingots and you guys could split my portion of the gold ingots to you guys if you want.
Sure.
Because he wants silver.
Yeah.
I guess the housing, our real estate venture just got funded.
Our real estate venture had already funded.
Yeah, but
Elora
now,
shall take.
now all of the renovations on your real estate venture can be paid for.
Do you have a den already?
No, he's gonna buy it.
I was gonna say we can maybe see if there's something in the area where we're at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Grumpy.
All right. So there's once the initial kind of disturbances are tamped down and then people realize that there's now at least a working group of leaders that are cobbling together a new government. The soldiers all now have something to do. A lot of the people that were slaves, of course, are eager to get something that will pay, and so one of the first things that they do is they turn around and they raid the coffers underneath the royal palace, and they find a vault underneath the royal palace, which basically holds what would be in Toril terms something like 100,000 gold pieces worth of iron ingots. And to the people here, that is just incredible, because each of those ingots weighs about 5 pounds, and so each one is suitable for turning into like the head of a weapon or the blade of a weapon, or can be pounded into a piece of armor or something like that. So there's lots of work for the smiths to do, which they eagerly get to, and everybody who wants to join up with the military, they are promised that their first payment will be in the form of an iron weapon or a piece of steel armor. And of course, to them, that's like telling them that they won the lottery. So, now over time, of course, having a big cachet of iron like that is going to mean that the relative value of iron will go down, but initially, at least, it's like it's a reason for everybody to have a big, huge party. So they're all happy with that. And so after they have a big feast to thank you for your efforts, and they, several people, you notice that a lot of the artists have done sketches of each of you, and the leaders are kind of looking over those sketches and deciding which one of the sketches captures your likenesses the best. And then people tell you that they are going to dedicate this area where this new pond is to you all as the visitors from your world, and there will be statues of each of you placed in that, what essentially is going to become a public park. So you guys will each have your own statue there. But it's going to take them some time to figure out which of your likenesses they like best. So it's going to be statues interpreted by the locals. So who knows what that means they're going to look like. If you ever come back here, you might be able to see those. All right. And then once that is done, your allies or somebody will let the Blackstaff know, and she will send a wizard. There's 5 of you and the Dre, right? So there's 6 creatures plus the wizard. That's a total of 7. Is there any other creatures that need to come along? I'm just trying to figure out whether they need one person to teleport or 2.
No, there should just be 6 of us counting the Dre.
Okay. All right. So teleportation can take the caster and up to 8 willing creatures, along with some cargo. They actually do send 2 wizards, and there is a there is like a very strange. You're not quite sure whether it's a vehicle or a conveyance or uh, a platform of some kind that arrives, but you realize rather quickly that it is what is essentially a gargantuan sized um, and very tame mimic. And the organic iron that you all are supposed to bring back is all loaded into this mimic, which is a living creature. And so one of the wizards is going to teleport back with that mimic to carry all of the cargo, meaning that you guys don't have to burden your bags of holding and other extra dimensional spaces with all of that stuff. So they bring you back.
Mimic?
Huh?
Another friendly mimic?
Well, it apparently is one that, well, I don't know. It's one that belongs to, maybe in air quotes, the Blackstaff Tower. So it seems friendly enough towards them, at least.
Aurora's
And-
eyes will widen and watch that with glee as she knows that Miley could have had a family.
And you all find yourselves back in Blackstaff Tower in the City of Splendors, Waterdeep, and you're now back there, and you are told once you're told that you have a little bit of time before the Lady Silverhand. I was trying to remember her name. Before Lady Silverhand will invite you for a formal debriefing, you have like a day or two to kind of get yourself resettled, go anywhere that you want to go in the city or outside the city, and sort of take a little bit of downtime.
Okay.
So I know that some of you have some things that you want to do. Others, I am not quite sure what you would want to do. So I'm going to start with those that may not have had any specific plans and see if there's anything that you want to do before we get to those people that I know have some things on their mind. So let me start with Oyohusa. When Oyohusa returns to Waterdeep, what, if anything, between the time he gets back and the time that you all meet with Lady Silverhand, would you like to do? Considering you have maybe a day or two. You'll probably have more time after you debrief, but for right now.
Probably just check in with his contacts, see what's changed, what's going on. You know, any news of our enemies, basically, like what knowledge he can get from the underground sources, kind of what's gone through the grapevine, sort of thing. That's pretty much it
Okay.
that I can think of.
Okay. All right. All right. That one of the things that you do learn from some of your contacts is you do learn that in the last couple of months, so the timeline since the Githyanki attack happened, it's been probably in the game world, it's been probably about a year since that attack by the Githyanki on the city of Waterdeep. And you hear from some of your contacts that in the last couple of months, some people that they swore were agents of the prior agents of the Zatarim have been seen in the city. They're not openly, they don't openly carry any symbols of the Zentarum, and they're trying to keep a low profile. But some of your more observant contacts who keep tabs on people, they have noticed them, and when your contacts try to approach them, they always seem to slip away and disappear into a crowd. So they don't know whether the Zentarum actually is trying to reestablish a presence in Waterdeep, or whether there are just individuals on their own, trying to come back and see if it's maybe safe. Because the last time, or in the immediate aftermath of the Githyanki attack, the Xanathar went on a kind of a purge, and agents of the Xanathar went through the city and tried to kill any Zentarum agents they knew of in the city and destroy or take over any Zentarum strongholds. And in fact, a couple of people that Oyohusa knew fled, or at least presumably fled the city to avoid that. But now maybe some of the Zentarum people are drifting back in.
Mic on.
Alrighty then.
Okay. Another person that I'm not completely certain of what ideas they might want, or what they might want to do, is Enka Yelka. Heather, is there anything that Enka would want to do in her first day or day and a half back in Waterdeep? Oh, okay. All right. Let me switch over to Ivy, since Ivy is back. See that Heather may have had to step away. So, Elora, is there anything in the immediate time of returning to Waterdeep that Elora would want to do?
First thing that Elora would like to do is instinctively check their quotation mark home space that's in development. See if the sheep are still eating everything, to see if what the townsfolk were able to do while we were gone, because they promised to cut the yards and things like that, I do believe.
Okay, so going through and seeing what has happened in Undercliff and how everything is going there.
Yes.
Okay. So as you go through Undercliff, you you notice that things are a little bit greener and a little bit nicer here in Undercliff. They everybody seems to be rather happy. But as you are traveling through, go ahead and make me a perception check, if you will.
Okie. I'm gonna sing myself for this. And perception?
Mm-hmm.
Perception.
Okay, 21 for a perception check. That's pretty good. Elora, you notice as you go through Undercliff, everywhere you go, people are very cordial, and they smile, and they are they seem kind of warm and welcoming. But as you leave any particular people that you talk to, you notice that they quickly seem to gather with 2 or 3 other locals, and they start whispering together. And several times you do catch some glances in the direction of your back as you walk away that don't necessarily seem very friendly.
Rude.
Yeah.
Oh, Mom is here.
So people are giving Elora weird glances.
Yes. And we'll just say if Elora is maybe she's doing this on her own, maybe she's doing this with some of her party members. Maybe Enka is with her, since Enka also had some interest in.
Enka would probably be with her, because let's be honest, when aren't they together?
Yeah. The people seem to include both of you, and with these less than friendly glances.
Laura will get slightly ticked off in her face, so she'll kind of look back at one of them, just one of the groups that are just making it completely obvious and not trying to hide it at all. She'll just stare back at them just to see what they'll do. She'll kind of be muttering things to herself, but knowing Enka, she's probably calming Elora down. It's okay. We've been away for a little bit. They probably just aren't aware of who we are.
They let me see. Let me make a roll. You have a 21 here. I want to. Oh yeah. One of them, you look back at them, and they seem a little surprised that you noticed, and then they quickly look away. But as they look away, you see their cheeks kind of flush crimson as though they're embarrassed.
Good.
Yes.
Okay. Would part of your visiting around the Undercliff, would that include going to the property that you guys bought?
Yes, that's the main purpose of going up there right now.
Okay. When you get there, you will run into a few of the people that had been hired on as farm hands and artisans to kind of begin doing some cleanup work and get the place kind of more to a livable state so that when you all are not adventuring, you can use this as a place to stay if you choose. And as you go through there, you meet again. Most of these people are, of course, humans. You do run into several other folk. There's some humans, some half elves, and some dwarves. And the leader of this group is a dwarf stonemason, and her name is Bralnia, and Bralnia says, so Bralnia, whoops, dwarf, stonemason, woman of the Undercliff property check. Brownie says, "Oh, it's a pleasure to see you all. Very glad that you're back. Mostly the work has been going well. We've made some progress, but we're not as far along as we would like, because we've run into a number of minor setbacks and delays on the project here."
Laura will kind of nod her head and let her continue to speak, explaining what the issues may or possibly be.
Well, as you know, anytime you undertake a project like this, sometimes you have to order materials. And usually getting materials out to Undercliff from the city is no problem. But from time to time, we discover that the materials that we order here to the property never arrive here. Instead, they mysteriously get delivered to other properties within Undercliff. And so then we have to take time away from the project to go chase down where they were delivered. And of course, the person who lives there always says they don't know why the materials were delivered to them. They don't know who the materials are for, but they're all unloaded. And so we have to bring our own carts and we have to load those materials up and we have to bring them here. And sometimes that puts us a half a day or even a whole day behind. in a project, because it takes us that long to figure out where the materials are and then get them back to the site. Um, and there's a lot of people that, a lot of our neighbors here that are taking an interest in our work. And so uh, some of them will uh, come and uh, they will bring some of the local village counselors, and they will ask us if we have the appropriate permits from the village council to do the particular renovations that we are doing. And we, of course, show them the permits that we have for the project, but they sometimes look for permits for particular details of the project that no other project I've ever done in this village has ever been required to show. So we have to take time to go before the village council, and we have to tell them what we're doing, and we have to detail the exact nature of the project. And that can sometimes put us back an entire 10-day on the work that we're doing. And then it seems that there's an odd number of emergencies that befall some of our neighbors that make them come and ask for the help of uh, their sons or their husbands or their uh, cousins who are working on the project here. So we will sometimes lose 2 or 3 workers for a half day or a full day at the time because their family needs some help back on their property. Um, it's it's very strange.
Well, family does come first, and this is a work for anyone to help out. But I want the names of everyone who has been inconveniencing you guys on the work. Have you guys been making a bookkeep? And the people who have been taking the supplies accidentally?
Oh, well, we certainly can get that list of names for you. And so she will give some orders, and they will go off to the person that's been kind of appointed as the master of coin to pay for these things. Because I think before you all left, Enka made it clear that she kind of had established a budget of what they should spend and um, how they should apportion that. And so that person is kind of the record keeper for the project. Whereas the foreman is sort of the person that gets the individual workers to do work on the project. So, yes, Inka, you are here and you're hearing all of this along with Elora. Does Inka have anything to offer?
I apologize. Elora is trying to bring me up to date, but I had to step away for
Oh, okay.
a few minutes
Okay.
due to an issue.
Yes. Okay. Well, why don't we let that go on? Why don't we let her catch you up, and then we'll swing back around to the two of you.
Okay.
And then we'll get more to the people that I know had some things that they wanted to do. Adamant,
Yo.
you had a couple of things you wanted to check in on, and there are some people in Waterdeep that would very much like to check in with you as well. First of all, let's see what would Adamant like to do.
Well, first thing he's gonna do make a stop by the Temple of Moradin. Let
Okay.
him know what he's done on the plane he was just on.
Okay.
Setting up warships, setting up shrines of Moradin, and opening up worship of Moradin there.
They are very pleased to learn that. There are some of the brothers and sisters at the temple. Um, they say, "Oh, well, tell us what is this place like? Is it a place um, that has good stone for building? Do they have uh, do they have lots of nice caves,
He will give him a
mountains?"
full rundown,
As
and
you, okay, go ahead.
he will tell them that they do need an experienced priest or two.
All right. And you start describing what the place is like, and there are they start thinking, and then happen to remember they happen to remember that within the temple there is a contingent of priests that come from a holdfast that is uh, on the edge of the Anarok Desert. And they are led by a priest whose name is Brother Brandel. So,
That would be perfect.
okay. Brother Brandel is uh, priest of Moradin from the Anarok Desert. And so he will come and talk to uh, Adamant along with a couple of other uh, less experienced priests from that same holdfast that are there, and we'll talk to them about sort of what the needs are, and the fact that this is a new group of people that are hearing about Moradin for the first time, and you describe some of the challenges of life there and some of the changes that you all witnessed and some of the things that those people have been through, and they're like, "Oh, well, sounds like a grand adventure to take the take the word of Moradin to these people."
Oh, indeed. It will certainly be a challenge.
Well, uh, Moradin prepares us to create out of what we have available, so uh, that's a challenge for any good dwarf. Um, we would be we would be excited to take that on if the leaders of the temple here will let us go. And one of your contacts there at the Temple of Moradin uh, also suggests that they hear probably at least once or twice every 10 day, um, somebody comes over from the Temple of Gond to ask after you, and they say that as soon as you are back in Waterdeep, um, they are very excited about something over at the Temple of Gond that they would like to
That's my next stop.
Good. So, all right. So that's a brief visit to the Temple of Moradin. I think we're almost at the top of the hour. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we are going to take our break now. We'll come back. We'll check in with Galibar, and we will see what he is going to do in his initial time, and then we'll move into our debriefing with Lady Silverhand, and we will see what all else we are able to get done. All right.
Visit to the Temple of God.
Yes. And checking back in with some of the others as well. All right, everyone. I'm going to put the timer up. I'm going to step away for about 10 minutes, and I will grab a drink, be back. Viewers, thank you guys so much for joining us today. If you are watching live, please consider to go ahead and giving us a follow on Twitch. If you're watching the archives, please consider subscribing to the YouTube channel. We will be taking a few minutes for a bio break. Players, you can stay here and chat on the stream, or you can move to the off-stream chat while I am away. I'm going to change the music to our friendly tavern once again. And of course, all of this music comes courtesy of Sirenscape, which is our favorite little in-game utility for ambience. And I will be back.
Did everybody else step away as well?
Are we on break?
Yes, Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
What?
I'm sorry?
What'd we miss?
It was so quiet, and then she just comes in out of nowhere.
I'm sneaky like that.
Sorry.
So I'm guessing we were on break for a little while, so it's going to resume any moment now.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, I still need to pee. Bye.
Yes.
Thanks for sharing.
Yes, we are getting ready to resume. We can get started while somebody steps away.
Sorry, I had to step away.
Oh no, that's all right. That's all right.
I was having some gastric bypass issues.
Yeah.
Big, huge air bubble on my stomach, and I couldn't get rid of it.
Ugh. Feeling
And it
better
felt
though?
like- Oh, yeah.
Good.
Felt like somebody was grabbing my chest and squeezing.
Yeah. It's always unpleasant, or there's always some unpleasant, parts of the recovery process after surgery.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm
And
going
we have
to...
a plan for this whole
Good.
debacle out there out in the middle of
Okay.
nowhere.
Going to change this back to our normal background sounds. Okay. Let's go back to our map. And the last person we haven't checked in with yet in this first round of check-ins is we haven't checked in with Galibar. So Galibar, in the initial stages or the first thing that Galibar would want to do when he gets back, what would that be?
For Galibar,
Yes.
he would he'd probably try to see if he could find a place where he'd be able to see if there's any abandoned mines or caves or something that can be bought. Like he could buy that land.
Okay. As you start having conversations with people about the about the city of Waterdeep and the areas kind of within Waterdeep's protectorate, you eventually come across somebody that deals in distressed property, and this is a property agent in Waterdeep by the name of okay, Verdun Alba, Albada, Albadabo. Okay, Verdun Albadabo. So let's.
Dobby 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 dobby.
Yes. Okay, that. Okay, so Verdun Albadado is a distressed property agent. And you were referred to his office by several people that you talked to. And he is located over in the Castle District and has a very nice office. And you walk in and you start telling him about what you're looking for. And he says, Oh, yes, friend Galibar. I may have a place that is very, very suitable for you. A place that well, that I could help you out with finding a location, and you might be able to help out the city of Waterdeep itself. Now, are you familiar with Mount Aradin?
Mount what?
Mount Aradin.
Aradin? What I know about Mount Aradin?
Make me a history check to see if you heard anything about Mount Aradin. No, you have not. And he sees the look on your face, and he takes you over to this one wall panel, and he pushes the wall panel aside, and there is a map of the city of Waterdeep and the area that's maybe like 25 miles to the north of the city, 25 miles to the south, and 25 miles to the east. And this map is like floor to ceiling. So it's about 10 feet tall, and it's about 10 or 15 feet wide. Because in the margins on each side, it has some legends, and it's got, like things that tell you points of interest. And it has little pins stuck in the map that have little flags with numbers on them, and those numbers correspond to the information in the margins of the map. And he says, well, Mount Aradin is right here, and he points at an area a few miles to the south of the city that is on a piece of land that is just north of the mouth of the River Desserin. And the Desserin River, if you are familiar with a map of the Forgotten Realms.
Yeah, I have the sword coast open.
Okay, all right. So there's some hilly areas in there, and Mount Aradin is one of those hills. It's really kind of more a hill than a mountain, but those places each of those little hills in there has earned a name over time. And he says, well, Mount Aradin was a rather notorious place for a couple of centuries. This was 200, 300 years ago, because well, it used to be the haunt of one Olathantor. And Olathantor was an old and crotchety blue dragon. And Olathantor had his lair on Mount Aradin. Now, he lived there until about 120 years ago, when he was struck down following the Draco Rage of 1373. And the problem is that ever since he died, his cave has been haunted. And there's now been some troubles in the area of this haunted cave. And the masked lords are not of a mind. They do not know what they want to do about it. But the trade caravans know that they want somebody to do something about it, because it is starting to cause some problems. There have been, in the last month or so, there have been several locals in the region of Mount Aradin that have gone missing. And just a 10-day ago, a caravan heading to Waterdeep from Baldur's Gate completely disappeared in that area as it was moving along the tradeway. Now, as you know, the tradeway is normally one of the safest and most well-traveled areas, but people think that, whatever problems there are in the old haunted cave of Olathantor, they might be starting to plague the region again. So, the city is rather in a bind, because they don't want to devote any of their own resources for it. But if somebody were able to figure out what's behind this and clean that place up, they would probably sell it for copper on gold, if you know what I mean.
So if I go deal with this, I could get the cave for cheaper.
Yes, I have talked with several representatives from the masked lords. Of course, they do not know where they serve, and I do not know which masked lords these representatives have spoken to, since with their regalia they all are ostensibly the same. But I have heard that they are willing to sell the entire 10-acre plot that includes the entrance to Olathantor's cave, as well as the lands under the ground, which would mean that you could own the cave entrance and the entire cave complex itself. Now, in a survey of surrounding lands, lands in that area tend to sell for around 5,000 gold pieces per acre. But these representatives of the masked lords that I have spoke to make me think that the masked lords might be willing to part with the land for under 1,000 gold per acre if someone is able to deal with the problem there. Now, of course, that would mean that as part of the bargain of buying the land, the new owner would be responsible for keeping the haunting from returning and would have would share some small part of responsibility for keeping the traffic on the tradeway in that area flowing. But it would be a great way to pick up some land of the type that you are looking for a much cheaper price than you could normally get it. Does that sound like something that would be of interest to you?
They said 1,000 gold per acre, and it's 100 acres?
No, 10 acres.
10 acres. Okay. Okay, cool. So I'd just be in charge of making sure it doesn't become haunted again.
Yes. Take care of whatever problems are haunting that cave complex now. Restore the, you can then do whatever you wish with the cave once that is done, but then keep the cave from getting haunted, he says in air quotes, clearly meaning that he doesn't think it's a haunting. He clearly thinks that somebody is using the story of the haunting to cause trouble there. But whatever.
Okay. So, Gallibond will say, how far away is it from Waterdeep?
The land is it's about 10 miles to the south of Waterdeep, so a few hours walk. About an hour on a swift horse, or less. I mean, you can't get a horse to gallop for a whole hour, but riding a horse swiftly, you could get there. And
I mean, my horse can't. They don't suffer
true.
exhaustion.
Yeah. So with a summoned steed like yours, you could get there in probably quarter of an hour or so.
Okay. I'm tempted, since I have the entire rest of the day to go deal with this now. Would that be possible? Could I go and deal with this now and be back later today?
Well, you could certainly go and have a look at it, but of course you understand that any kind of transaction with deeds of ownership and all that kind of stuff is going to take several days. There have to be approvals from the proper councils and the proper authorities within the city. If I were you, I might instead put a retainer on the land to keep it from being sold to anybody else, and then wait for the paperwork of ownership to work its way through the bureaucratic systems of the city. And then once you know that you would actually be approved as the buyer and owner, then go deal with it. Because otherwise, you might go deal with the city's problem, and then some functionary or bureaucrat somewhere might decide that, well, they don't want to sell it to you after all. They want to sell it to some noble lord's scion instead, now that the problem has been cleaned up.
Quick question. Who would be the higher up that would be approving this?
Oh, it's going to need approval by a vote of the Masked Lords. It also will need to be approved by bureaucrats in several of the government agencies. There will probably need to be at least 5 or 6 sign-offs on a on a transaction of this type, because essentially you would be purchasing a, well, if not a noble title, you would be purchasing a small holdfast that would have at least a nominal interaction with the government of the city of Waterdeep. So anytime the government gets its pins and its ink into a transaction, well, there's going to have to be a number of people to get their sign-offs, because they will all want a few gold from the sale. That understand that's not going to change the price of it. It just means that the money that you pay is going to be distributed to a lot more hands. Everybody who can finagle a way to get their signature onto the transaction. This is the way that modern bureaucracies work, of course.
I figured being a hero of this city would probably put my weight around more, but I guess not.
Oh, the people love their heroes. The bureaucrats try to remind all of us, great and small, that they are the true masters of the city government. And so the more you try to fight against the bureaucrats, the more they will grind the wheels of your ambitions to a halt, I'm afraid.
I'll see what I can do about that. Would you mind starting? Is there paperwork I can sign now?
Oh, yes. For a mere 1,000 gold, I can put you down as the applicant of record to purchase the property, and I will draw up a standard property contract, which states that
Galibar puts 1,000 gold on the table in front of it.
Okay. He basically shows you a document that is a standard sale, and includes things like the seller, which is in this case the Protectorate of Waterdeep, would have to produce a survey of the land that would meet with your satisfaction, and a number of other stipulations and all this kind of stuff. And you can see the way this is formed, that it requires going through at least 6 different agencies within the government of Waterdeep, and every single one of them has to have their own sign-offs. And knowing the way bureaucracies work, that means that several people in each agency probably have to get involved before something can get signed off. So
yeah, after doing that, after signing all those papers, Galibar's gonna go find the Black Staff.
Okay. All right. So after,
because he knows the Black Staff has contact with the Masked Lords, and they hold a lot of power in this city.
Yes.
Galibar is gonna go complain to the manager.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my god, you Karen. You smart Karen.
Galibar is a hero. He doesn't have to freaking do paperwork.
Oh, no, he doesn't have to do paperwork. He just has to wait for other people to do paperwork, or at least
Galibar doesn't like waiting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Adamant has a stamp at the end of his fingertip. He just goes thunk. I'm done.
Okay. Let's see. Let me see. Let's circle.
How do I spell the area that I'm buying?
Oh, Yes. All right, let's do this. Purchasing the desolation of one, and it's the desolation of Olathontor. So I'll get that spelling there for you as well. All right. Oh.
Okay.
That is what it's called colloquially, and basically it's a haunted, abandoned lair of an adult blue dragon. So,
Hmm.
yeah.
Okay, so after signing with Haber, she's just going to go to the Flagstaff.
Okay. All right. We'll check back in with you in a few minutes to see how your conversation there goes. And all right. Oyohusa, your as you've been talking to several different contacts, a certain name comes to your ear. It is a name that you have not heard in a long, long time. But among the people that has been seen back in Waterdeep that disappeared after the Githyanki attack on the city, there is a certain half elf, a female half elf, with copper hair, bright hazel eyes, and pointed ears. And she has gone by several aliases over the years, but the name that you best know her by is Zana. Apparently, your old friend Zana has been spotted in the city.
Ken?
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Yes. Did you hear that?
Your ex is in the city.
Awkward.
Yep.
She'll probably want to go out for coffee.
Okay. Well, apparently, Oyohusa is just stunned speechless by that news. So we'll check back in with him in a little bit. Adamant.
Yar.
Yes. So you had been to the Temple of Moradin.
It's headed to Temple of God.
And you're heading to the Temple of Gond. And when you get there, you find a few of the Gondites and several members of the Izzet League. They have the workshop where they are working on joint projects seems to actually have gotten larger since the last time you were here. There's now more things that they are working on, and they're extremely excited to see you. And they tell you that they are now on their third and most successful prototype of the design iteration for a pocket dimensional mechanism that will allow you to store your shield when you are not using it. And they report that they have only had one accident that was worth noting. And that accident was involved a gnome from the Temple of Gond who got the fingers of one hand severed, and a goblin from the Izzet League who lost half of his nose during an accidental closure of the first prototype. Now, the fingers of the gnome and the nose of the goblin were never found, leaving most of the members of the project to speculate that they were ejected somewhere on the astral sea. But Stumpy and Snuffy were healed up by the clerics of the temple, and they've continued to work on the project, though they've never lived down their nicknames. Now, this latest iteration of their design will add 1 inch to the outside armor plating of Adamant's left arm guard. And the pocket mechanism retracts into that space when the shield is not in use. When it's required, a spring-loaded arcane-triggered mechanism deploys the pocket, which unfolds vertically both up and down so that the shield can be mounted in the ready position, and it can be deployed or retracted with a bonus action. And they have a very crude, almost like a dressmaker's dummy, except it's made out of metal. That is to the size of the height and otherwise like the other dimensions of adamant, but there's obviously no detail or anything on it. But then they have a rather detailed and articulated version of the arm that can be lowered down to the side, raised up, held in a position either straight out or bent at the elbow, and it is something. Am I zoning in and out, or
Nope,
does?
I got you. I hear you.
Okay, all right, because I hear like connection and disconnection from Discord.
I think somebody's
Yes.
having some technical difficulties.
Oh, okay, all right. As long as it wasn't me.
Nope, not you.
Okay, so they proudly show this to you, and of course they have a rather plain shield, but it's the same dimensions as Lefgrim. And they proudly show off how this mechanism deploys and retracts, and they look at you to see what your initial thoughts are on seeing this prototype.
He rubs his chin. Very, very good. How has the one for the weapon been going?
Well, that one is actually a little bit easier. With the design as we understand it, there is already some space on the inside armor of your armor plating, and the mechanism can be fit into there, and that is a mechanism that simply houses a place to retract the weapon into it, into that extra dimensional space when it is not needed, as opposed to having to physically move. And so they demonstrate that particular one where they have a morning star in the that is currently loaded into that thing, and they start getting ready to work on it. And there is a scream of warning from one of the team members, and then a poor little gnome named Jortor. He is working on something on one of the fingers of the hand when somebody prematurely deploys the Morning Star, and the Morning Star essentially just materializes shooting out of this compartment, and it bops poor little Jortor on the head, knocks him off of his stool. He falls on the floor, and a bunch of the other engineers and everything laugh. And now the hand is grasping a big Morning Star, and Jortor is there rubbing his head, going, "Ow! Ow! That hurt! Ow! Ow!" And a couple of the other people are like, "We told you to get out of the way." "Well, I thought I had enough time to finish polishing that little tip of that finger before. Oh, ow, my head." And then they all look at Adamant. Whoops. You're getting a little robotic on me, Pete. Hello?
Pete?
Pete? You there? Oh, okay. Pete, we're hearing you. Okay. So while Pete is working on that, let us circle back to Elora and Enka.
Yeah.
Okay. You all have been out at the site of the property that you bought in Undercliff, and you've heard about the delays. And
So how much
indeed,
has been done since we left?
well, the good news is that on the outside of the property, they have gotten a lot of the debris and detritus picked up and moved out of the way, and the place looks much neater. They've also done some painting on the outside of the house, so that has a nice fresh coat of paint. It looks like a few new shutters have been installed on some of the upper floors of the farmhouse there, but the interior, a lot of the framing has been done for the redesign that you are looking at, and some of the old rotted pieces of timbers from the inside have been removed, but you still see, like, where they have some of the temporary basically, we would think of them in modern terms as like shims or jacks that are made with a combination of wooden planks and perhaps maybe metal beams that are there holding up, in the place of what are going to be replacement load-bearing structures. And the the stairway stairs leading up to the second floor. The guts of the stairs have been repaired, but they haven't been, they aren't nice and neat. They are now the kind of stairs that you would use as a work crew to get up and down. No sense in putting nice, neat, finished, polished wood there while you're
Yeah.
going to be dragging stuff up and down to
So when
continue doing work on the
the
inside.
foreman was telling us that things have been delivered elsewhere,
Yes.
what kind of things have been delivered elsewhere?
Oh, anything from lumber and some of the quarried stone that they're using for some of the finishing to things like nails and fasteners and some of the tools, shipments of tools that they've ordered.
So the foreman has gone off to get a list of where all of these places things have been delivered.
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, you now are in possession of said list, and
Okay.
there's
I will also inquire about who has been coming around insisting on permits for this, that, or the other thing, basically delaying everything.
okay.
Who's the responsible party for that?
Okay. Well, you hear that that there are three members of the local village council here in Undercliff. And
How many? How many
three-
total are there?
Oh, there's 7 members of the village council. 3 of them are the ones that have been coming around and village
Causing problems.
council members delaying work in Undercliff. So we have Relum. We have Gamma. And we have Debriefing. So Relum, Minim, Dama, Duthad, and Debriefing Zamerni.
Okay. So 3 out of the 7. I've got this list of who has been getting our orders.
Yes.
Okay. Who has been sending us? Who has she ordered through? And are any of the counselors' names on that list?
She's ordering through merchants that are in the city of Waterdeep itself. And so the village council members from Undercliff, they are not on those lists at all, because
They haven't received any stolen goods.
No, they haven't. There's a list of about 9 other names of residents from the village that have had shipments delivered to them that were bound for your
Okay.
project here.
And on this list, I've got the list of the merchants that each load of this stuff that we were getting that got diverted to someone else.
Yes.
I have the list of those names.
Yes, you do.
Okay. So,
So, it looks like maybe as many as 25% of the deliveries wind up going someplace other than where they should.
okay. So with Elora in tow, and Elora may not have ever seen Enka this pissed off before. And at this point in time, Elora or Enka has told the foreman that she needs to send everybody home, lock up our remaining supplies under lock and key, and to deliver that key to me when she's got everything secured, and has taken an accounting of what we still have compared to what's been used, and any of the workers that are still on site that we're helping, she will thank them, give them each a gold coin, and tell them that she will let them know when work will resume. And then she will then ask also for a list of the names of people that have been working on the site.
Okay.
And if she's had problems with anybody, other than the, hey, I've got to go spend some time in the field today, so I'm going to take today off, but I'll be back tomorrow kind of thing.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
You learn. Okay, so let's put this. There have been 9 shipments diverted, each to a different village residence. There have been 8 workers who have been called away more than 3 times for emergencies, as defined by their families. And then of course there's about 25. The 9 diverted shipments represent about 25% of the shipments that have been ordered.
Okay. How many workers are in good standing? You said 8 have been called away more than 3 times.
Yes, that would leave about 24 other workers that have not had those issues of being called away.
Okay, so I've got a list of the 24 good workers, a list of the 8 poor workers. Do any of the family names of the 8 workers coincide with names on those shipping deliveries?
Now, surprisingly enough, yes. So 3 of the workers are none of them. The shipments were not delivered or were not misdelivered to the place where they live, but they were delivered like to a brother's place or a um, cousin's place with the same last name or something like that.
Okay. All right. So, let's see here. Okay. So I basically tell Ivy to, once I've got all of this in hand, I tell Ivy to put on her unemotional face, like nothing is wrong. Enka will do the same, and then I would like to make a couple of stops on the way through or in town. I know we've got some people giving us dirty looks, etc. But anytime that we encounter anybody that's giving us dirty looks, we'll simply nod, smile, pretend that there is nothing wrong. But I want to go to the place that they keep all of the family records, like births, deaths, that kind of stuff. Who's related to who?
Okay. That would
And-
be probably the town hall.
Okay, so I'd like to go to the town hall first.
Okay.
Okay. And I would, if there's a clerk there, I would like to speak to the clerk about being able to do a little bit of research. Just, I'm trying to do some research on, and I'll come up with some excuse about trying to track down a long lost relative for a friend, but I've been given a couple of different sets of names, so I just kind of want to peruse through the family trees, so to speak, and see if I
Okay,
can
like
find
marriage
some stuff.
records and
Yeah.
property owners and stuff like that. Okay, all right. This is a civil functionary. Go ahead and make me a. Go ahead and make me your choice, either a persuasion or a performance check, to see how well you sway this person.
Elora will be giving guidance.
Okay.
Okay.
And it's a 1d4.
Okay. So 17 total.
17 total. That's pretty good. Well, that's a very kind thing of you to do. Certainly. We can allow you to peruse the records here. Unfortunately, we cannot allow you to take any of the records with you.
Oh, no. I already have a notebook. I can make some notes in.
Wonderful.
So I just want to look through to see if something might jump out.
Okay, wonderful. All right. And you all are ushered into a little records room, and you're shown how to view the indexes and everything. And are you both going to be working on this project? Okay, so I would let both of you make investigation checks to see what comes out of your research.
Doop, doop, doop. Uh-oh.
Okay. All right. Well, Enka, you put your little sleuthing cap on, and what you discover is that there are some interesting connections. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Basically, I'm looking at those 9 names that the shipments have been delivered
yes.
to. Okay. And so then what I'm doing is I am tracing those names on their family trees to see if any of them coincide with the 8 workers that are slacking. or if any of them are related to the 3 council members causing problems.
Okay, you do recognize that there are 3 of those diverted shipments, and each of those diverted shipments looks like it was delivered to somebody who is a paternal relative, or at least maybe a brother or an uncle or a cousin on the father's side of the 3 council members that are involved. The other 6 deliveries, there is not a direct connection with the council members. However, with 3 of the remaining 6 deliveries, there is someone who shares the last name of
the 8 workers.
8 workers.
Okay.
And then that leaves 3 of the other misdelivered deliveries that are not, at least not on the surface, don't seem to be connected directly with either of those when you're looking at where they were delivered.
Okay. All right. I'll still look up their family trees just to see if there's any type of connection. If I don't really find anything, I'll move on to the remaining 24 that have shown to be good workers. I'm so sorry.
Okay. As you dig a little bit deeper into that research, you do find another connection that didn't jump out to you at first. Those remaining 3 deliveries, if you cross-reference the names of the people who received those deliveries with the actual merchants in Waterdeep that sent those deliveries, there's a connection there.
All right.
There's so
And-
many connections.
It's okay. So, last but not least, who is the lawkeeper in this town? Who is the sheriff, deputy, lawkeeper, whatever?
They have they consider themselves not sophisticated enough to need a sheriff, so they have someone who is appointed as the title of bailiff. And the bailiff is the person who nominally keeps the peace within the village and essentially deputizes other citizens as necessary
Okay.
to assist.
Is the bailiff related to any of the people on my lists? And then the last question is the other 4 council members, is there anybody related to them on my list of good workers, not good workers, whatever?
There's at least one person on the list of reliable workers that is related to each of the remaining 4 village council members.
That's not too
Okay.
surprising, though.
And and then another little factoid that you guys learn is you learn that the current bailiff, the current person that is the bailiff is a lady bailiff, and her name is Redra Cherilbia, and she is the current bailiff.
And
of-
nobody's related to her.
Actually, she appears to be married to one of the 3 village council members that has been coming around and asking for
Gotcha. Okay.
more information.
Well, we'll just cross her ass right off. Sorry. So, remember, I think it was in this town, we helped the little old guy with the garden.
Yes.
And then we also helped out the lady at the inn.
Yes.
Okay. Since I will probably remember both their names because Heather can't, but Enka will. Any relation to anybody on any of these teams? Or any of these lists?
Yes, there's a couple of the reliable workers are related to each of those people that you helped out.
Okay. So what I will do then after I've done all my research is I basically will grab out a fresh sheet of paper and then I will begin writing, basically on the front page of one, it's going to be everybody that has benefited from our, supplies, work, whatever, and what their connections are to other people in the community. And then, yes, Adamant. I was trying to figure out how to get a message to you. And then, of course, then the backside of that will actually be everybody that's related to good workers and stuff like that aren't related to anybody else on the bad side of the paper. We have a bad side and a good side.
Okay.
So, since both the gardener and the hotel owner, inn owner, innkeeper are of the good stock, then what we will do is I will go to the innkeeper first.
Okay.
With Enka, good God, with Ivy. Elora.
Elora.
Roll call.
I'm here.
Don't
so
one of you two have sending?
Huh?
Don't one of you two have sending?
I do not.
No. Wait. No.
Oh, wait. I do. Sorry. I just never use it. So, yeah. I have to send okay. So what I will do is
I could send Griffey to go get him. Like, just pick him up by the beak and then he has no, like... bad ideas. Sorry.
So I will send a message to Adamant that basically says, hang on here. I'm writing it out.
Oh, you don't have to worry about it.
Okay. Well, basically, it's like finding crooks, stealing our stuff, bad council members, and
steal our land. Yeah.
What?
I get the gist of it.
Yeah.
Elora kind of scribbles at the bottom, kicks some ass.
Could you come to the inn where we helped get rid of the ghost? And we will meet up there and go over our options to basically intimidate the shit out of these assholes. Excuse me.
So I just want to point out that one of Adamant's flaw is he's always quick to assume that someone is trying to cheat me. So the second he hears that, he says to the gnomes, "Gotta go." And he's he is sprinting the whole way there.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay. So, through the...
He doesn't have to stop the rest.
Yeah, through the speed of plot, he arrives. And
well, actually, before he arrives, we will want to have gone over to the inn. And
Yeah.
have a discussion with her if she's not, if nobody's in there, or there's a place we can go to sit and have a discussion and find out why we're getting dirty looks. And 2, if she knows anything, about any other connections or whatever's going on with these 3 council members and these 9 people that are getting our shipments.
Okay. Will you head over to the little bed and breakfast, and you reacquaint yourselves.
We just lost GM. We reacquaint ourselves.
Yes, I just did something that I didn't mean to do. There we go. All right. I hit the wrong control key and it restarted Discord. Sorry about this.
Nope, they're fine.
It happens.
Yes. Okay. You reacquaint yourselves with Regra Goldeman, who is the innkeeper of the Undercliff B&B.
You said her name was Redra?
Regra Goldeman.
Oh. So we've got a Redra and a Regra.
Yes.
That's got to be confusing.
No,
Yes.
you should a rugrat.
So-
Just because Elora feels like she's very heated up at the moment, she won't be able to contain her positive, neutral face look.
Well,
She'll turn herself into a bird to sit on Enka's shoulder.
Okay.
Birds who naturally glare at people.
Yes.
Yes.
all right. So we'll go over there and smile at Regra and
Yes.
go,
She says, oh, welcome, my lady Enka. Welcome. Are your friends with you today?
and she points up to the little bird and goes, Elora is with me, but she's a little bit upset at the moment. So
Oh.
she's changed so that nobody can read her expression.
Oh, I see. Well, I have some cakes and some tea. Would you like a cup of tea?
Sure. Is there someplace private that we can speak without worry about being interrupted by others in the community?
Well, if you don't mind, if it's only you, if you don't mind coming into the kitchen, we can talk at my
Sure,
kitchen
I
table.
don't mind. So
Yeah,
lead
Very
the way.
well. And she leads you back into the kitchen, and this cozy little kitchen. There's like enough places for 4 people to sit around the kitchen table.
Mhm.
And she sets out a pair of plates, and she puts a small cup with some water in it, and she sets that little cup there near you. And she also then digs into some jars and produces some seeds, like some shelled sunflower seeds and some poppy seeds, and she sprinkles a few of those on a little plate, and she puts that down next to the cup of water, and she looks meaningfully at Inka's shoulder, and she says, in case your friend decides that she is hungry after all. And then she goes and begins preparing the tea. And
While she's preparing the tea, I'll just kind of start talking. I'll just
sure.
So we've been away for a little bit because
Yes.
we were actually called to another plane that needed our assistance, but we also needed to help
How
acquire.
exciting.
Yes, it was. It was not the nicest of places. It was nice
Oh.
in certain aspects, but evil ruler, enslaved populace, that kind of thing.
Oh
So
dear.
we
Oh
were
dear.
successful in overthrowing him,
Well,
and
that's good. That's good.
yes. So we came back just recently, and we've come back to check on the progress of our new land that we've purchased with the old farmhouse and stuff. And our foreman, well, should we say, on our way there, we received a number of angry or dirty looks. And that kind of troubled us. And then
Oh dear.
we went to our build site, and come to find out, we've had 9 shipments go, which is about a third of our goods, or 25% of our deliveries, have been misdelivered to other people in this community. And after spending an hour or so in the town hall looking up family trees of some of these people, we found some rather disturbing connections.
Oh
Our
dear.
foreman is also being harassed by 3 council members, and it seems that 3 of these people that we've had problems with on our site are related paternally to those 3 council members that have
Well, now
received some deliveries.
let me just guess. Let me guess that Relum Minum is one of those that you've been having trouble with.
Well, we haven't had, we personally, other than them showing up and causing delays in the work. But yes, Relum, Dama, and Derirican.
Yes, that does not surprise me.
So what is
Well,
their problem?
I am sad to hear this, but at the same time I am not terribly surprised. And she comes over and she delivers the tea, and the tea had there's a couple of little uh, the little infusers that she has, and the little canister of tea is a very aromatic, kind of like a breakfast tea type of. Uh, so kind of a dark tea, and she brings out some wedges of citrus fruit, some cream, and some cubes of sugar. So you can fix your tea however you wish to fix it.
Wonderful.
And she also brings out a couple of warm muffins. And these appear to be like lemon poppy seed type muffins. So that's one down at her plate and one in front of Enka. And then she sits down and she says, "Well, that doesn't surprise me because the Minim family, the Dunthid family, and the Zamerni family, those are 3 of the oldest families in Undercliff. And they were among the families that left left the city of Waterdeep proper after the Troll Wars
Okay.
of several centuries past. And the patriarchs, the founders of those families, they have always said, and all of their descendants after them have said, that the Troll Wars never would have happened in Waterdeep if it weren't for the presence of adventurers. And
Ah,
they blame adventurers for the attacks of the trolls on the city. Say
I
if
see.
adventurers were not going about meddling in the tombs of ancient mummies, or were not going about and harassing dragons, or were not cavorting with demons and devils and whatever sort of thing they get up to, that the civilized folk of the world would never have any problems. So I suspect that the troubles stem from the prejudices of these families against folk such as yourselves, folk who go out adventuring.
So I guess my question is then, how do I get rid of them? Or make them insignificant and no longer the oldest families in town? Because you don't steal from me, and you don't steal from my friends, and you don't.
Elora will chirp heavily, loudly.
And
She'll pick up a lemon slice and then just kind of stomp on it proudly. And then she'll lick her feet.
groom her feet.
Clang.
Oh, and just to let you know that our metal friend will be coming along here in a little bit. But
What did he call himself? Mithril?
Adamant.
Adamant. Adamant. That's it. Somehow I was thinking he called himself Mithril. Well, anyway.
So this is the problem, because I know Undercliff is a smaller community, of course, much smaller than Waterdeep, but we've had 24 good workers, and let's see here. And all of them, obviously, they've gotten well paid. They have done their job according to the foreman. They have been polite and courteous, and we've had no problems with them. And even one of the 4 remaining councilmen that we've not had any problem with, at least one person out of that list of 24 is related to them. So I'm sure they're being kept appraised as to, what's going on. But even though we are adventurers, we do plan to, we were looking for a quiet community that we could help out with our funds, because I will honestly tell you that we are now we have a lot more funds behind our name after our latest travel. And it would benefit this community greatly. However, if we have we have 9 of these people that are getting called away regularly and not doing their job, and we have 3 councilmen that are causing us delays in our work, well, then that means that they are a detriment to this community and should be removed from power.
And as you speak, both of you can go ahead and give me perception checks. And we'll say, Adamant, about the time that Enka finishes this,
Ooh, nice.
you reach the inn, and so the innkeeper excuses herself and goes to let him in, and she shows you to the kitchen where you can join the rest of them. It's kind of cozy.
Yeah. When he comes in, basically, she'll take a few minutes and we'll show him the piece of paper that has, we'll give him a quick update and then show him the bad side of the paper and then the good side of the paper.
Okay.
and bring him up to date as far as saying these 4 people need to be removed, or these 3 people need to be removed, and the 9 people that have been causing issues need to be fired, and we need to go to reclaim our deliveries. But we will deal with the 3 merchants
Okay.
that have relatives later.
The in terms of the deliveries, you gathered from the foreman that the once they tracked down the misdelivered items, the people who received those items, they feigned not knowing why the items were delivered to them. They had not ordered them. They knew they must be for somebody else, so they hadn't touched them. But delays happened because the people from your site would
Okay, so
have
we
to
got the stuff
send.
back.
Yeah, you
Okay.
guys have it back, but it's this thing of, we're doing this project, we need these supplies now. Wait a minute, we don't have them. Now we have to go figure out where they are, pick them up, and bring them back, and
Yeah.
that just causes
Well, to me,
delays.
that's still theft, even
Yeah.
though we got it back. But
Yeah.
so basically, we'll deal with 3 of the merchants later.
Right.
And so that basically leaves us the 3 councilmen and then the 3 people out of the 9 that have received or families have received stolen goods
Right.
delivered.
Yes. Okay. So you, Enka,
Mhm.
with your 17, when you talk about removing or neutralizing the authority of these people that are on the council, you notice that the innkeeper, she kind of looks away when you mention that. Elora, with your 26, um, you realize that when Inca talks of removal, um, she's having kind of she's fearing that you may intend to remove them the same way you removed the tyrant from the place that you just went, and she is not at all comfortable with someone talking about um, murdering members of the village council at her kitchen table.
Elora will kind of walk up to Enka while she's looking away, and then she'll puff up her feathers and then flop down on her back, dead, to symbolize that she's thinking about death.
And I'll look at Elora, and I'll look over at Adamant, and then I'll look back at her and go, "Oh, no. I don't mean like kill, like eliminate. I'm just saying remove them from their seat of power, neutralize their ability to influence other things going on in the town. And if they don't like it, they can leave. Because people need to realize in town that they stand a chance to make a lot of money, whether it's by working for us, whether it's by selling things to us, or when we plan to bring in new recruits. New recruits are going to need supplies and food and all of this. And, the town could be very well off in a short period of time. And if people don't seem to realize this because of the prejudices of 3 families, then we need to come up with a way of either forcing them out of town or making them see the light or just neutralizing their influence on anybody, basically turning the town against them.
Oh, well. I will tell you that She ticks off points on the fingers of a hand as she speaks. She says, turning members of the town against those families, I think would be very difficult because, as I said, they are 3 families that have been pillars of Undercliff, and if you go to the records of the town hall, I think you'll find that for probably the last 100 years or more, all of those families have had somebody on the village council um, in an unbroken string. So they are very entrenched. As for driving them out of the village, again,
That's not going to happen.
they have been here a long time. They have deep roots. It would take a lot, and people would be rather upset if 3 of the families that are pillars of the community suddenly picked up and moved. So I think that while it may not be easy, I think the best course of action might be to determine how you might persuade these folk to view you differently than they have always been taught to believe and think of adventurers from the stories and the lore that come down through the many generations of their family.
Right. Adam gets up.
So,
You two stay here.
What are you doing?
Laura will chirp loudly and angrily.
Points at Elora. Point made.
Laura will step up closer to Adam and puff out her feathers and squawk again.
You're not helping it.
She's trying to intimidate him as a small little bird.
Enka will look up at him and go, "Where are you going and what are you planning on?"
Going to the town hall.
I'm sorry, you're going to the what? At the town
I'm
hall?
going to the town hall.
Why are
Okay.
you going there? I've already been there.
Well, I'm going to go talk to the council.
First of all, I would like to state that we should take our time in talking to the 4 councilmen that have not caused us any issues and make sure that they are aware of what's been going on.
Oh, most certainly.
And do so behind closed doors, quietly.
They are most certainly aware.
They are aware because each of them have somebody on the team, on our good team. But we need to pick their brains as far as not literally. We need to pick their brains as to either how to approach them in a way to show them that we are not the horrible, evil things they think we are, or if there is a way that we can sway said families and community to our side. What?
Pats Enka on the head. That's why I'm going.
Yes, but you're also going to be taking us too, because
you are both rather angry.
I am.
Just kind of looks
I
at her.
am fine, but
Then points at Elora.
Elora is in that shape so that she can keep her professional face, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
I am only just letting my feelings out here in private because I know that I can trust Regra.
Rega.
Regra. That's a tongue twister. So when I go back in public, I will be polite and nice and smile. But we need to
Yes.
find a way of convincing the people in this town that I think that if these people continue with this train of thought, that sure, fine, they'll get their way. We'll pull out stakes and sell the property and go somewhere else, but they're going to lose a lot of money. They're going to lose work. They're going to lose
Agreed.
Elora will chirp, like, knowingly.
like chirp,
Like-
chirp.
Chirp.
But I'm also a businessman.
Well, I understand. So if you go, we're going too. So
And that sounds like
a great place to move on.
Regra says, that sounds like a wonderful plan. I wish you much good success with that. I think you are wise, Enka, to begin with talking to those leaders that seem to be empathetic to your cause. They may indeed be able to give you some ideas on how you could appeal to the members of the council that have been giving you trouble.
Also, we could bring them gifts
Oh,
From-
precisely.
from our most recent adventure.
Well, yes. Once you find out what appeals to them, that may be the case. And so we're gonna leave you guys there,
Okay.
and when we come back to this trio, we will see what they want to do next, and then we're gonna go check back in with Galibar. So Galibar, you have plunked down your 1,000 gold. You are setting the wheels in motion, and then you wanted to go to the Blackstaff Tower to try to get an audience with the Blackstaff herself, right?
Yep. And if I can't get an audience with her, I will try to get an audience with Lady Silverhand.
Okay. Well, as you arrive at Blackstaff Tower, you are told that the Blackstaff is away on important business. And as you are talking to the functionary at the what amounts to the reception area in the lobby of the Blackstaff Tower, you see coming down the main stairway, dressed as though to go out into the city, you actually see the Blackstaff herself, Vadra Safar. And she indeed looks like, the person at the counter said she already left, but now it looks like she is indeed leaving to head out into the city. And she sees you, and there's a little bit of recognition, and she gives you a smile. But she looks like she is, she's not stopped. She's going to head straight towards the doors to go out into the city. So, what would you like to do?
Galibar will say, my lady, there is something I wanted to discuss with you since you seem to be on your way out. Would you mind if we walked and talked?
Oh, no, that would be perfect. In fact, I thought that I was going to be meeting with you at my destination. I am heading to Lady Silverhands. I understand that she has arranged for a debriefing with you and your companions for later this afternoon. So, yes, walk with me. towards toward Lady Silverhand's palace, and
Okay.
we will talk.
Walks with the paladins, talks
Okay.
with the paladins.
This, what I wish to talk about is a little different than the debriefing.
Sure.
My allies themselves managed to get some property.
Yes.
But it seems I recently went to purchase my own. I was looking for a abandoned mine or a cave or something to turn into a dragon's den. For myself. But
Yes.
it seems there is one that I have put the 1,000 gold down on to, I guess, reserve it or something. It was apparently something that was haunted and was causing some issues for the trade routes, and I agreed to go and take care of it. But it seems that they told me it could take like a week or so for the people who need to sign the things to even decide whether or not they want to sell it to me or not. So I was wondering, since you have quite a bit of power in this city, if you know of a way for me to hurry that along.
And she tosses her head back and she laughs and she says, "Oh, my dear boy, my dear boy. Yes, when it comes to matters of the arcane, I am quite a powerful caster. But when it comes to the matters of bureaucracy, there are those in the branches of Waterdeep government that will grind everyone in this city to a halt if they do not get their way. The city of Waterdeep thrives because of its bureaucracy, and business moves as well as it does because of the regulations passed by the bureaucracy. However, anything that happens that requires the authority of those in power within the city must wind its way through the bureaucracy of the Waterdeep city government, like food winding its way through the digestive system of a very large, very ancient, very slow digesting monster. It is something that they have. Well, I shudder to say it too loud, but of course I do believe that at the root of it all there is some minor amount of graft and corruption, but without that graft and corruption, the regulations of the city would be abused and misused, and you would have too many people just doing things that are allowed to unfold in an order or in a way that is not orderly and good for the greater benefit of the citizens of Waterdeep. So I could say a few things and it might speed things up, but if they have told you that the process will take a 10-day, I doubt I could get it to move any faster than, well, 8 days or so, maybe 7 if I'm really fortunate in speeding things up.
Well, I'm grateful. I was hoping that I could get this settled as fast as possible so I can go out there and take care of the situation. Because I want to, I want to get this over with before we have to go out again.
Oh, well, as for that, I can rest your mind at ease a little bit. With the materials that you brought back from Rook, and the last memories crystal that you recovered, we are now in a position that we can finish the construction of our project. We now have all the raw materials we need, all of the other refined pieces. That construction is happening here in the city of Waterdeep and involves artisans, engineers, and craftsmen from both Waterdeep and from our allies in Ravnica. But the final assembly will take, perhaps a month, maybe more. So you have plenty of time to take care of the business that you want to take care of before we will be summoning you and your companions for um, your next mission. So does that put your mind a little bit more at ease?
Well, at least I know I'll be able to take care of it while I'm still here.
Yeah.
However, I'm sure as you spent some time adventuring, didn't you?
Oh, yes. I did not adventure as much as people credit me with. I did most of my learning in the arcane studies of the universities and the laboratories, but I did have to go out on occasion and um, fight some vicious monsters and track down some rare components and all the sort of things that young wizards are uh, dream about doing when they are reading their master's spell books.
Well, I'm sure with your experience, you would understand, or at least recognize the impatience that plagues us warriors.
Absolutely, I do, but I will caution you if nobody has cautioned you already. I will caution you against moving too swiftly. Now, if I understand, you say you have put down 1,000 gold as a sort of retainer or deposit. Um,
Yes.
if you are working with a reputable estate agent, then by the end of the day, all of the other property agents will know that there is a pending sale on that property, and that will prevent anyone else from making a move on that. However, if you were to go before the process is complete in the bureaucracy of the city, and you are indeed considered to be a worthy purchaser of this plot of land, you might go and clear that out, and the bureaucrats of the city might decide that, well, there is and she does air quotes, more deserving scion of a noble Waterdavian family that should be put in charge of that land. Um, you would get your deposit back, but you would find that land sold off to a noble family, um, and your aspirations to own it would be dashed,
Mhm.
because that is how the bureaucracy works. If you wait until you are approved and then you go clear it out, you know it cannot be sold away from you. You also know that you will be rightfully recorded um, in the records of the city as the one who, in fact, cleared out that property, and any of the nobility that are looking for someone to help them with any problems, they may they may be inclined to seek your aid or the aid of anyone you might recommend. So you may find yourself with some very powerful friends if you allow the process to unfold the way the bureaucrats would wish it to.
Okay. Thank you for your advice, my lady.
And as she finishes speaking and you finish your conversation, you find yourselves at the door of Lady Silverhand's estate. And
You find
through
yourself asking, how did I get here?
yes, and meanwhile,
Sorry, you got me in the mind of that song.
meanwhile, messengers have reached Undercliff, and they have found Adamant and Elora and Enka. Messenger has also found Oyohusa wherever he is, and you find yourselves invited to come to the estate of Lady Silverhand, where she says that there will be a dinner, and where you will have an opportunity to be acquainted with some old friends, both local and foreign. And so when you reach her estate, you get to the large dining room. And as you go in, you see Lady Silverhand herself. And then, of course, you see Jarlaxle, Bayanray, who has stylized himself as sort of your barrister in legal matters here in Waterdeep.
Mr. Hat.
Yes. Walking in with Galibar is the Blackstaff, Vadra Savar. There's also Barnabas Blastwind, your friend from the Order of Magus and Protectors here in Waterdeep. And then from Ravnica, you'll recall one of the leaders of the Boros Legion contingent, that being General Blaze. There is one of the leaders of the Azoria Senate contingent, and that is Senator Galia, and one of the leaders of the Is It League contingent, and that is Arcanum Engineer Xander.
Yep.
And Lady Silverhand welcomes you all and says, "Well, please come, sit at my table. Let us dine. And over dinner, you brave adventurers can tell us something of your travels. And I know that our guests here will have questions for you about what has happened. This will serve as your formal debriefing, but I see no reason why a debriefing should not also be enjoyable. And
Can my Dre be sitting behind me?
Drooling on the
Ye-
floor.
yeah,
All the food there?
yeah. They actually would not mind if you bring your Dre, and so your Dre is kind of in here, and it is a creature of animal intelligence. And so
Elora said she was going to give me the headband of intelligence to give to the Dre, so I was going to do that. But
Yes.
Oh, okay. Were you going to do that sooner rather than later, or
sooner.
Yeah.
Don't want him causing a mess in the middle of the city.
Oh, okay. All right.
Pip pip cheerio. How are you?
The Dre uses the outhouse.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you died.
Yes, the you take the you take the headband of intellect and you put it on the Dre, and the Dre sort of shakes its head for a moment, and then it looks around, and there's like this moment of comprehension that seems to come into its mind, reflected in its eyes, and it looks all about the place, and then it looks at Galibar, and it kind of inhales, and its eyes go a little wide, and it says, "Oh, you are my friend. Friendship is magical.
Oh God!
I love you. You love me. We are all
You'll be
very
friends.
friendly."
Adamant looks at Galibar.
Kill it now.
No.
Elora just sure.
Galibar, you have taught me the meaning of fear.
Galibar will pat the Dre on the head and said, "Could you sit down for a bit?"
Oh, I would like to sit down. Yes, sitting.
Okay. So
Is
we
the-
have a mix of Barney and Doug. Okay.
Oh, good.
So he sits down behind me.
And it just it kind of every now and then there's like little snippets of like strange humming that come from the creature that seem kind of melodic but a little bit out of tune.
I mean, it just
and-
figured out its voice. So
Yes. So it that is how the meal unfolds, and with
All that I could see is now Barney saying, "I'm going to kill you." With your permission, of course. Here's a gun.
this creature is going to be guarding my den.
Oh, you want in? Oh, okay. You were nice to me. You want to be my friend? Oh, help
Couldn't
yourself.
steal anything. No. Okay, I trust you.
All I can picture is this guy that does the videos on TikTok, and he does different dogs reacting to robberies.
Yeah.
One of them was Gold Retriever.
Yeah.
What are you doing here? I'm robbing you? Oh, here, I'll show you where the good stuff is.
Because I'm a good dog.
All right, and with this revelation of what happens when you take a circlet of intellect and put it on an animal creature, we are going to leave our heroes for this session, and that's where we are going to call it. All right, players. We will continue. All right, let's see. Next week, we will have our next session, session 141, and we'll continue kind of with the debriefing and get sort of a plan of how you guys want to proceed with the different tasks that you all have on your plate that you want to do during your downtime. And then once we know that everybody kind of has their agenda of how they want to pursue those downtime activities, we will then go ahead and call the break to our game. So I don't know if that's going to take one more session or whether it will take two more sessions. I do know that on the 28th of this month, we will have a conflict, so I won't be able to run a game. And then the following weekend, which is Labor Day weekend, I also won't be able to run a game. So if we can finish everything up next Sunday on the 21st, that'll be great. If we cannot, then we will be back on Sunday the 11th to wrap things up before we head off on our break in this campaign to get ready for the next level. And then, of course, as I mentioned in the Discord, I will touch base with you guys individually as players, and then we'll try at least once a month to gather together, either during our normal time, or if somebody else is running a game during this time, we will choose another time during the week that we can get together for maybe an hour or two to check in with everyone on the progress of your downtime activities. All right. Anything else before we take off for the day?
I do have one question for you.
Sure.
How hard would going to another plane be doable for a downtime activity?
Certainly. Yeah, I do recall that at least one other person has mentioned perhaps a narrative visit to another plane. Those kinds of things, a narrative visit to maybe check in on people that you have met before, would be easy enough to do. If it's a plane that we have not yet visited in the campaign, we'll have to talk about that online, because I do know that early on in the game, a number of you kind of gave me a wish list of places that you wanted to go, and I kind of have those penciled in as destinations for us in future levels.
Gotcha. So Mirrodin has to wait.
Okay, so all right. Anything else?
No, not from me.
All right. Well, viewers, thank you guys for hanging out with us for the upcoming week. I don't think we're going to have any disruptions in our live streams. Tomorrow night, 8 p.m., we are going to have our Monster Monday, and this focuses on the Light Devourer, which is a monster from the Call of the Netherdeep campaign from the Critical Role sourcebook. And that is essentially a human-sized anglerfish that comes from another dimension. And so you can check that out on the YouTube channel on Monday night, 8 p.m. Also on Wednesday night, we'll be back with Sword Coast Chronicles, and Saturday night we will be back with our second edition Saturday Night Greyhawk game, where we are going through the original Temple of Elemental Evil. And thank you, Turbo. Glad you enjoyed your time with us today. All right, everyone. Take care. Have a great week, and we will talk to you next Sunday, if not before. As I mentioned at the break, if you're on the live stream and you haven't done so already, we would love it if you would follow us on the Twitch. And if you're watching the archives, please go ahead and follow us and subscribe on the YouTube channel. Take care, everyone, and have a wonderful week. Good night, everybody.